is ready.
Hello hunters, my name is Dark Hero, welcome back to my YouTube channel. To played with the insect glaive in past games, and that was the button that you used to aim the reticle of the glaive. That might be somewhat confusing at first, you may have to change a few buttons around. Combat horn if you will. You're able to play the melodies a lot faster, and you don't have to be standing there in the recital pose as you perform the melodies. In some ways it just feels like a different version of a hammer, which is going to be a lot more. Is a slow but powerful weapon that can knock monsters unconscious with charged attacks. These charge attacks are the hammer's main source of damage, however you need to be careful to manage your stamina properly, as charging your hammer does consume a lot of it. Thankfully, however, you're quite mobile with the hammer, a lot more than you would think by just watching some gameplay from it. You have many ways to close the gap between you and the monster, and using those gap closers effectively, as well as knowing when to charge your hammer, and using Silkbind moves like spinning, bludgeoning, is going to make the difference in how effective you are with this weapon. In Monster Hunter Rise, they've also added 2 different forms or modes to the hammer, and swapping between these 2 forms does give you iframes, so abusing that as much as possible is part of the fun in mastering the hammer. That being said, as much as I love the hammer back in Monster Hunter World and Iceborne, I feel like it just isn't on that same level in Monster Hunter Rise and Sunbreak. It is still a lot of fun to use, don't get me wrong, and whenever you're able to keep on knocking the monster down consistently, especially with the newly added Silkbind moves in Sunbreak where you get to do extra hits on the monster, it is extremely satisfying to pull that off. However, I feel like the hammer is overshadowed in many ways by most of the different weapons in the cast, and it's a weapon that is very simple to use, so I don't get a lot of satisfaction out of using it if I'm not just spamming KOs on the monster. So for those reasons, I'm sorry hammer mains, but I'm going to have to give hammer a rating of C in base Monster Hunter Rise and a rating of B in Sunbreak, because it did help hammer feel a lot more satisfying and also more powerful to use. Next on the list is of course the Hunting Horn. Now this weapon has undergone a huge amount of changes in Monster Hunter Rise. I was one of the 12 Hunting Horn mains in Iceborne, and this weapon feels a lot different compared to what it was in the past. It almost feels like it's a completely different weapon, something more akin to a combat horn if you will. You're able to play the melodies a lot faster, and you don't have to be standing there in the recital pose as you perform the melodies. In some ways it just feels like a different version of a hammer, which is going to be a lot more attractive for a lot of people, and of course this resulted in a lot of players picking up the Hunting Horn for the first time in Monster Hunter Rise. That being said, the weapon in the base game is not too powerful. It used to be really strong in the demo of Monster Hunter Rise, but it was nerfed, and ever since then it just didn't reach that same power level. Of course, if you're going on a multiplayer hunt, this is one of the best options when it comes to weapons to bring with you, as you're going to be able to buff your teammates. On top of that, you have a lot of armored moves, so it is also a weapon that is a good option to bring with you for some of the tougher hunts in the game. It has become even more satisfying and even more powerful to use in Sunbreak, having a Silkbind move that allows you to add extra hits and KO potential whenever you use this weapon. And I should also mention that because Sunbreak added the option of bringing NPCs with you to a quest through the follower system, taking a Hunting Horn with you also means that you're going to be able to buff those NPCs as well. So even if you're playing solo, the Hunting Horn is going to feel even more satisfying to use, in my opinion, in the Sunbreak expansion. Personally, I still miss the old style of Hunting Horn a lot. After all, that is what I was attached to in the past, and that is what I was the main of. But I still love the way that Hunting Horn has been handled in these games, and given how many new players have tried the Hunting Horn for the very first time, I think that it's safe to say that it is a very fun weapon to use. I'm going to be giving this weapon an A rating in both Monster Hunter Rise and Sunbreak as well. I almost put it in the S tier for Sunbreak, but it just didn't reach there in my opinion. It just needed a little help. Now we have the last of the melee weapons in Monster Hunter, the Insect Glaive. This weapon allows players to extract special buffs from the monsters by using their Kinsect, as well as being able to launch themselves into the air by using vaulting attacks. Given that the left trigger is the button that you use to actively select the different Silkbind moves of your weapon, if you have played with the Insect Glaive in past games and that was the button that you used to aim the reticle of the glaive, that might be somewhat confusing at first. You may have to change a few buttons around. Having said that, I was a huge fan of the weapon in World and Iceborne, but in the base game of Monster Hunter Rise it just didn't feel as good. The weapon felt overly simple to use, and it didn't feel all that rewarding. There weren't many different playstyles available to you. Sure, you could play in the air or on the ground, but even so there weren't many different options for you to use. However, Sunbreak changed a lot of it in my opinion. The weapon has become a lot more fun, not only by the addition of new Kinsect types, but also switched skills such as Kinsect Slash, that can be followed up with a Falling Thrust for a lot of damage and a very satisfying result. Gathering the extracts from the monsters has become a lot more streamlined, so the more clunky controls when it comes to aiming the reticle of the weapon are things that you simply don't have to worry about anymore. You still need to maintain the buffs, you still need to maintain the stamina of your Kinsect, but that is no longer a chore as it was in base Rise in my opinion. Honestly, the weapon has benefited a lot from the expansion. I haven't even spoken about all of the changes. The only negative thing I can say about the weapon is that it's not the strongest of melee weapons, but it is still a very fun and rewarding weapon to use that can also make a lot of hunts very easy because the monsters will simply not be able to hit you in the air. So if you're playing base Monster Hunter Rise, I would say that the Insect Glaive is a C tier weapon, but in the Sunbreak expansion I would rate it as an A tier weapon. After that we have the ranged weapons, starting with the bow. The bow is a weapon that allows for rapid firing of arrows and the use of special coatings to enhance those arrow abilities. With this weapon you'll need to maintain what is called the critical distance between you and the monster. However, because the bow is such a mobile weapon, you're able to quickly dodge any incoming attacks, while also boosting up the charge level of your weapon, which will result in even more damage. The playstyle can feel somewhat repetitive, but whenever you're able to dodge all of those attacks and just keep on relentlessly attacking the monster, dealing a ton of damage,
lend itself to a diverse selection of skill setups. Consider picking up this if you like more fast and nimble playstyles. The longsword has the power of God and anime on its side, so by default it is therefore the strongest weapon in the game. I am of course joking, but it is without a doubt an elegant weapon that perfectly balances both speed and power. Where some of the heavier hitting weapons typically lack mobility as a trade-off, the longsword is the perfect blend, allowing you to remain mobile, counter incoming attacks, and dish out great damage, all whilst looking like Himura Kenshin. It's also a weapon that has a relatively simple moveset, making it a great option to pick up if you're new to the series, or perhaps you just want a weapon that is reliable without too steep a learning curve. Consider picking up this weapon if you're either new to Monster Hunter or you like anime. The Greatsword is one of the original weapons in Monster Hunter. This offers incredible power at the cost of mobility, allowing you to dish out devastatingly powerful attacks, provided you can time it right. Fortunately, in Monster Hunter Rise, even this famously slow weapon has newfound mobility that gives you new and exciting ways to dive in and exploit those openings. While not a hugely complex weapon on the move front, the biggest challenge with this weapon comes from its long wind-up animations, so while it is relatively simple to pick up, it can take a while to master. Consider picking up this weapon if you like big damage numbers. The hammer is one of Monster Hunter's big damage, heavy hitting powerhouse weapons. If you like massive numbers, epic earth-shattering attacks, and the added bonus of being able to knock out the monster, then the hammer has your name written all over it. With a simple moveset and relatively decent mobility for such a heavy weapon, this is also a pretty good pick for beginners, while simultaneously offering unmatched KO potential in the hands of an experienced hunter. Consider picking up this weapon if you like the idea of smashing monsters in the face with a giant hammer. The hunting horn has, for a very long time, been one of the best weapons you are probably not using. A weapon that is both capable of dealing devastating impact damage to knock out monsters, all while simultaneously letting you buff your team with funky beats. Thanks to some fantastic changes in Monster Hunter Rise, it's now easier than ever to pick up this weapon and destroy anything that stands in your way, all while styling on the monster. Consider picking up this weapon if you like to both dish out big impact damage to KO the monster, and you like the idea of supporting your team with powerful buffs. The Lance is one of Monster Hunter's Iron Wall weapons, the impenetrable defense, the warrior that stands in the face of absolute destruction and says, "Not today." While the Lance lacks the conventional mobility that most other weapons have, what it does have is a shield that is so strong it can block and counter almost anything that is thrown at you. So if you want to be able to face down even the toughest of monsters and maintain your onslaught of attacks, then the Lance might just be what you're looking for. The Gun Lance is the other steadfast iron defense of Monster Hunter. This weapon allows you to stand your ground and stare down even the toughest of monsters without so much as flinching. The Strong Shield allows you to firm incoming attacks and quickly follow up with devastating damage. It is also a weapon of two halves, allowing not only for pinpoint, piercing attacks, but also explosive shells. So if you're someone who likes to take on the role of a tank in other games, then the Gun Lance is quite literally that. The Switch Axe is the original transforming weapon, part axe and part sword. This weapon will see you seamlessly switching from axe mode to sword mode mid-combat, whilst dishing out devastating explosive damage. It's an incredibly fun weapon to use, and while on the surface, the notion of having to juggle two modes might sound a little much, in reality it's a pretty simple weapon to pick up. The axe mode allows for greater mobility alongside long and high-reaching attacks, meanwhile the sword mode, while a little slower, is your biggest damage dealer, allowing you to power up the weapon and access your signature move that, let's be honest, belongs in a Michael Bay movie. Consider this weapon if you want some variety and some big damage options. The Charge Blade is one of Monster Hunter's more technical weapons. It is both a sword and shield and an axe, allowing you to go seamlessly from one mode to the other to dish out incredible damage. The Sword and Shield mode offers great mobility and great defensive options, meanwhile the axe portion provides you with great damage potential, high and far-reaching attacks, and depending on the type of Charge Blade you choose, great elemental or impact damage outputs. Consider using this weapon if you want a range of attack styles, some good defense, and great damage potential. The Insect Glaive is the pick if you want to become the King of the Skies, an aerial mobility master. Part staff, part Kinsect, this weapon has an array of fast, fluid, and relatively long-reaching attacks thanks to the Sun Wukong style staff, or glaive should I say. Meanwhile, you also have access to a little companion of sorts, the Kinsect, which you'll use to gather extracts from the monster that you're fighting to buff up your hunter and your attacks. It's a fun, stylish, and completely different style of weapon whose mobility also synergizes incredibly well with the new Wirebug mechanics. So if you never want to stay in one place for too long, consider picking up this weapon. The bow is one of Monster Hunter's ranged offerings, and honestly one of the best entry points to ranged hunting. While it may be a little more complex in terms of moves when compared to the two bowguns, the bow requires considerably less ammo management. In fact, it has infinite arrows. The only thing you have to worry about are coatings. So if you're coming over from a melee weapon, it'll be the easiest thing to pick up without having to spend time worrying about ammo types, bullets and the like. It offers great mobility, a broad range of attack options, and it's also hella stylish. A more quick and nimble ranged offering, capable of dishing out devastating damage from afar. In previous games, this also came with relatively slow movement, and while it does still somewhat apply in Rise, thanks to some of the fantastic new additions, the heavy bowgun is more mobile than ever. With the ability to sidestep, evade, and use the Silkbind move to get around, you are no longer a sitting duck on the battlefield. So if you want to become a mobile war machine, then consider picking. So to begin with, the Sword and Shield is one of Monster Hunter's most versatile weapons. It's a weapon that provides hunters with a vast array of options and unique playstyles, offering fast combos, great mobility and basic defensive options. It's a weapon that is both great in the hands of beginners and veterans alike. It's also the only weapon that allows you to use items without having to sheath your weapon, meaning you can deploy traps, plant bombs, heal, buff yourself, or even support your team at the drop of a hat. Consider using this weapon if you want a good balance of offense, defense, and item utility, or if you want to delve into the world of elemental and status damage, or if you're just new to Monster Hunter. The dual blades are one of the fastest attacking weapons in Monster Hunter. Lightning fast combos, unmatched movement speed, split second dashes, and the ability to run like a ninja and rip down a monster's spine like Levi from Attack on Titan. With speed on its side, the dual blades are capable of getting in, dishing out quick burst damage, and getting out, all without ever being touched. And being one of the fastest attacking weapons, it's also an exceptional choice for dishing out elemental and status damage, so it really does lend itself to a diverse selection of skill setups. Consider picking up this if you like more fast and nimble playstyles. The longsword has the power of God and anime on its side, so by default it is therefore the strongest weapon in the game. I am of course joking, but it is without a doubt an elegant weapon that perfectly balances both speed and power. Where some of the heavier hitting weapons typically lack mobility as a trade-off, the longsword is the perfect blend, allowing you to remain mobile, counter incoming attacks, and dish out great damage, all whilst looking like Himura Kenshin. It's also a weapon that has a relatively simple moveset, making it a great option to pick up if you're new to the series, or perhaps you just want a weapon that is reliable without too steep a learning curve. Consider picking up this weapon if you're either new to Monster Hunter or you like anime. The Greatsword is one of the original weapons in Monster Hunter. This offers incredible power at the cost of mobility, allowing you to dish out devastatingly powerful attacks, provided you can time it right. Fortunately, in Monster Hunter Rise, even this famously slow weapon has newfound mobility that gives you new and exciting ways to dive in and exploit those openings. While not a hugely complex weapon on the move front, the biggest challenge with this weapon comes from its long wind-up animations, so while it is relatively simple to pick up, it can take a while to master. Consider picking up this weapon if you like big damage numbers. The hammer is one of Monster Hunter's big damage, heavy hitting powerhouse weapons. If you like massive numbers, epic earth shattering attacks, and the added bonus of being able to knock out the monster, then the hammer has your name written all over it. With a simple moveset and relatively decent mobility for such a heavy weapon, this is also a pretty good pick for beginners, while simultaneously offering unmatched KO potential in the hands of an experienced hunter. Consider picking up this weapon if you like the idea of smashing monsters in the face with a giant hammer. The hunting horn has, for a very long time, been one of the best weapons you are probably not using. A weapon that is both capable of dealing devastating impact damage to knock out monsters, all while simultaneously letting you buff your team with funky beats. Thanks to some fantastic changes in Monster Hunter Rise, it's now easier than ever to pick up this weapon and destroy anything that stands in your way, all while styling on the monster. Consider picking up this weapon if you like to both dish out big impact damage to KO the monster, and you like the idea of supporting your team with powerful buffs. The Lance is one of Monster Hunter's iron wall weapons, the impenetrable defense, the warrior that stands in the face of absolute destruction and says not today. While the Lance lacks the conventional mobility that most other weapons have, what it does have is a shield that is so strong it can block and counter almost anything that is thrown at you. So if you want to be able to face down even the toughest of monsters and maintain your onslaught of attacks, then the Lance might just be what you're looking for. The Gun Lance is the other steadfast iron defense of Monster Hunter. This weapon allows you to stand your ground and stare down even the toughest of monsters without so much as flinching. The strong shield allows you to firm incoming attacks and quickly follow up with devastating damage. It is also a weapon of two halves, allowing not only for pinpoint, piercing attacks, but also explosive shells. So if you're someone who likes to take on the role of a tank in other games, then the Gun Lance is quite literally that. The Switch Axe is the original transforming weapon, part axe and part sword. This weapon will see you seamlessly switching from axe mode to sword mode mid-combat, whilst dishing out devastating explosive damage. It's an incredibly fun weapon to use, and while on the surface, the notion of having to juggle two modes might sound a little much, in reality it's a pretty simple weapon to pick up. The axe mode allows for greater mobility alongside long and high-reaching attacks. Meanwhile, the sword mode, while a little slower, is your biggest damage dealer, allowing you to power up the weapon and access your signature move that, let's be honest, belongs in a Michael Bay movie. Consider this weapon if you want some variety and some big damage options. The Charge Blade is one of Monster Hunter's more technical weapons. It is both a sword and shield and an axe, allowing you to go seamlessly from one mode to the other to dish out incredible damage. The Sword and Shield mode offers great mobility and great defensive options, meanwhile the axe portion provides you with great damage potential, high and far-reaching attacks, and depending on the type of Charge Blade you choose, great elemental or impact damage outputs. Consider using this weapon if you want a range of attack styles, some good defense, and great damage potential. The Insect Glaive is the pick if you want to become the king of the skies, an aerial mobility master. Part staff, part kinsect, this weapon has an array of fast, fluid, and relatively long-reaching attacks thanks to the Sun Wukong style staff, or glaive should I say. Meanwhile, you also have access to a little companion of sorts, the kinsect, which you'll use to gather extracts from the monster that you're fighting to buff up your hunter and your attacks. It's a fun, stylish, and completely different style of weapon whose mobility also synergizes incredibly well with the new wire bug mechanics. So if you never want to stay in one place for too long, consider picking up this weapon. The bow is one of Monster Hunter's ranged offerings, and honestly one of the best entry points to ranged hunting. While it may be a little more complex in terms of moves when compared to the two bowguns, the bow requires considerably less ammo management. In fact, it has infinite arrows. The only thing you have to worry about are coatings. So if you're coming over from a melee weapon, it'll be the easiest thing to pick up without having to spend time worrying about ammo types, bullets, and the like. It offers great mobility, a broad range of attack options, and it's also hella stylish. Consider picking up this if you're testing out ranged weapons for the first time. The light bowgun is one of the more quick and nimble ranged offerings. Bowguns in Monster Hunter, both light and heavy, have relatively simple movesets. You have no fancy combos to learn or complex button inputs. Where the bowguns offer depth and variety, however, is in their wide array of available ammo choices, ranging from simple bullets and pellets, through status and element inflicting shots, all the way up to high explosive ordnances. Bowguns are incredibly versatile and offer some fantastic combat options, so if you're the sort of person that prefers to fight from a distance and you want an arsenal of varied tools, all while staying fast and nimble, the light bowgun might just be for you. And then finally, the heavy bowgun is the meatiest of all the ranged weapons. As the name suggests, it's a big old gun, your heavy weapons platform, capable of dishing out devastating damage from afar. In previous games, this also came with relatively slow movement, and while it does still somewhat apply in Rise, thanks to some of the fantastic new additions, the heavy bowgun is more mobile than ever. With the ability to sidestep, evade, and use the Silkbind move to get around, you are no longer a sitting duck on the battlefield. So if you want to become a mobile war machine, then consider picking up the heavy bowgun. But that, my friends, is a very quick rundown on the weapons, and hopefully some direction to help you decide what might be right for you. Of course, if you want to learn much more about the weapons, we will be producing an in-depth series of weapon tutorials, the weapon workshops for all of the 14 weapons, so do keep an eye out for those. They'll be on the channel over the coming weeks, but for the time being, hopefully that helps get you started. If you want to catch more from us at Arekkz Gaming, don't forget you can catch the guys 269, Paradise Central and Investmore streaming over on Twitch weekdays, playing a variety of games. If you guys want to jump in, tune in, watch and even join in, then make sure you check them out. The links to those are in the description box down below, and of course you can join the Discord to get involved in all of the discussions. Yo, what's going on guys, Arekkz here. Welcome back to another video for Monster Hunter Rise Sunbreak. And in this, I want to answer the question, what weapon is right for you? For those of you guys that of course have your fixed main weapon, you've already jumped in and you're already running through and testing out those new things. But for any of you guys that maybe have taken a break, come back in light of the new expansion, and are wondering what you should be using, especially in light of the fact that Sunbreak introduces new Silkbind skills, new combos, new moves, new ways to use your weapons, you may still wonder what you should be using. So if you're asking that question, then this is your video. If you do enjoy this, you do find this helpful, a like would be super appreciated. Comment down below if you have any questions, and let me know what weapon you'll be using in Sunbreak. First up, the Longsword. The Longsword is a weapon that has the power of God and anime on its side. It's elegant and perfectly balances both speed and power. Where some of the heavier hitting weapons typically lack mobility as a trade-off, the Longsword perfectly blends both, allowing you to remain mobile, counter incoming attacks, and dish out great damage. Furthermore, with the introduction of yet more powerful skills in Sunbreak, this badass weapon has even more counter options, and the ability to dish out devastating damage in a single slice, meaning Longsword becomes a viable wake-up weapon too. So if you want to be the next Himura Kenshin and pull off badass anime slashes, then this is the weapon for you. Next up, the Heavy Bowgun, the most powerful ranged weapon which basically makes you a walking tank. This weapon has access to all ammo types depending on which weapon you craft, so you can choose Pierce, Spread, Status, or Explosive types depending on the situation. And this weapon can even be loaded with special Wyvern Fire ammo, turning it into a turret for huge damage potential. Pick up this weapon if you want to deal massive damage from a distance. The Light Bowgun is very similar to the Heavy Bowgun, but has lower ammo type capacity and more mobility. It is able to leave behind deadly trap mines, as well as inflict statuses via many ammo type options. A new Silkbind attack in Sunbreak adds a minigun to the Light Bowgun, meaning you can run around like a mad lad, beaming things in the face. Pick up this weapon if you want a safer, more mobile, ranged option. The Charge Blade, often referred to as the most technical weapon in Monster Hunter. The Charge Blade is both a sword and an axe. Once you've mastered the art of combining weapons into your playstyle, you'll be able to unleash devastating file-powered attacks that'll leave any monster flinching. Charge Blade is typically a little harder to use than other weapons, with a slightly steeper learning curve at first, but in the right hands it can deal some incredibly flashy and massive damage. You can even become your own pizza cutter. So pick this weapon if you have a master's degree in mechanics. I am of course joking, pick this if you like cool weapons. The Hunting Horn is one of the most underrated weapons in Monster Hunter. The Hunting Horn is both an offensive, blunt force powerhouse and an amazing support weapon. The base game of Rise added an additional performance mode that made this much more beginner friendly, giving you easier access to some amazing support songs which can buff you and your team. Some of the songs can be incredibly powerful, such as providing healing, sharpness, or stamina loss reduction, plus the introduction of some of the new Silkbind moves gives the
once so bustling, now home to monsters, stalking and rustling.
Let's go!
Yo, my favorite pupil. Welcome! Haha, you're here! If it isn't Kimura's brightest flame. Uh-huh. Let's do this!
Sweet.
Put away your weapon, please. Hey, hero. I've been waiting for you. Give it a try. Listen up! Attention, please! Ready to thrash? Oh.
Let's go!
Hey, hero. Good to see you. Excellent! That's my ace! Hey, hero! Ready to thrash? Right. to see you.
Piece of cake! Another great hunt! Oh, hello. How about this weather, Have a look. I'll be here if you need me.
So, yeah. See ya.
Oh, hello. Don't forget to eat. Hey! Hey there! Cheers! Yoo-hoo! Take care! Sweet, a chat. Playtime's over. Let's make this a quick one.
Listen up!
Yeah! Sweet.
Delivery complete.
Yoink.
Pay attention to your stamina.
Back. Run! Yoink. Hold on! another great hunt!
What is it? Come to me if you need new gear. Good to see you, Hunter. Are you foraging or upgrading? My hammer's ready. Goodbye.
How are you today? Here's the quest list. There's so many of them, I'd get confused too. Good luck. Let's go! Yeah! Sweet. Yoink. What's this? Let's see. What's this? Let's see. Yoink. Good job, buddy. I let myself go there a bit. Let's go! What's up? Oh, later! How about this weather, Make sure to check the special quest as well. Don't forget to eat. Yeah! Ah. Playtime's over.
First comes the van.
Let's make this a quick one. Yeah!
These are the hunting basics.
go! Oh my! Piece of cake. Nothing personal. You won't be needing this. Good job, buddy.
Hey!
Hey. Are you foraging or upgrading? No need to hurry. There's plenty of time. What do you need? Are you foraging or upgrading? What do you need? Are you foraging or upgrading? Goodbye.
Bunny Dongo are a taste of heaven. Playtime's over.
Chilling to the bone. A trial on a frosty mountain range.
Let's go! Let's go! Yeah! Hope you're ready! That's our target.
You okay? attention to your stamina.
Whoa! Not in the mood, huh? Yeah! Better follow it! Thanks, buddy. Looks like there's something here. Let's go! This should do. Aw, what's the matter? Run! Hope you're ready! You won't be needing this. Nothing personal. You won't be needing this. Gamora, here I come.
Good to see you, Hunter. What do you need? Right, let's get pressed. Are you foraging or upgrading? Haste makes waste. Take all the time you need. Gotcha. No problem. Take good care of your gear.
Good day for a hunt. Good luck. Time to go. Sweet, a chair. Back to work. Ready for anything. Yeah. Let's go. it.
Use the whetstone!
This should do. Let me take control.
Under threat!
Bye-bye. Better follow it. Start begging for mercy.
Watch your health! Listen up!
good.
You won't be needing this. Nothing personal. Oh. That's all there is to it.
Good to see you, Hunter. Come to me if you need new gear. Are you foraging or upgrading? See you later.
How about this weather? Don't forget to eat. Sweet, a chat. Playtime's over.
Running into the darkness.
Ready for anything. I'm going after it! Don't mind me. Nothing personal. Don't mind me. That's all there is to it. Oh, hello. Take care of yourself.
What is it? What do you need? No problem. My hammer's ready. Now get hunting.
Take care.
Phew. Playtime's over. Yeah.
Hey, you. Sure. Go kick some butt.
Nice talking to you.
Let's go! Bunny Dongo are a taste of heaven. Which quest would you like? Be careful out there.
A bamboo forest at night. The sound of dancing is heard.
Let's go! ready. There you are. You're done for! count on you. Don't take this personal! Tired already? Run! Stop begging for mercy! Don't mind me. Nothing personal. Let's see.
Start lugging.
Heavy. Yoink. I let myself go there a bit.
No need to hurry. There's plenty of time. No problem. What do you need? Right, let's get cracking. No problem. Right, let's get cracking. The village is in your hands.
Oh, hello. How are you today? I'll be here if you need me.
Frieren as an anime has a lot of mages, introducing 25 Frieren, along with the party of heroes, but Frieren is much more than Frieren as an anime tracks in quests for spells most mages would never collect. Such a lot of land has moved away from her with Rose spells cover, honing for over 1,000 years. Specifically, is that she spent centuries actually all that stuff. A few used by Frieren's clone, but we don't really have any information on them right now, so it's not something I can really cover. In addition to these spells, Frieren is also a master at concealing her mana, as it is a skill that she has been honing for over 1,000 years, specifically in order to deceive demons and kill them more easily. She also has the second largest mana pool in the series, behind only Ciri, another elf who we will be talking about later. Despite being as powerful as she is, Frieren does actually have a few notable weaknesses. First of all, according to Ciri, Frieren is not actually all that strong for her age. This kind of makes sense, as it is implied that she spent centuries just kinda chilling rather than honing her skills for combat. Her second weakness is that she briefly turns off her magic detection when casting a spell, and the third is mimics. As of the end of the anime, Frieren holds no official rank with any kind of magic association, but she does hold a few titles, such as the Last Great Mage or the Legendary Mage. She also holds a holy emblem, but we don't know exactly what this symbolizes. One of Frieren's biggest accomplishments for this series was her training of Fern, who is the next mage we will be talking about. On the surface, Fern is an extraordinarily ordinary mage. She only uses basic offensive and defensive spells and Frieren as an anime teacher of Frieren, teaching her many spell. It's actually an incredibly rare spell from an ancient time, which is kinda funny. Even though Fern is already a first-class mage and is among the strongest mages in the series, Frieren believes that Fern is nowhere near her full potential and believes that the human mage could become an even more recognized mage than Frieren in the current era. Our next mage, however, is not in the running for the strongest mage in the modern era, mostly because they're not in the modern era. It's Flamme, the great mage from 1,000 years ago, whose impact was so great her name is still recognized even today. Her greatest accomplishment was getting magic to be accepted by humans, as prior to her, humans viewed magic as demonic and the study of it was taboo. This change in view would lead to an age of humans within the next 1,000 years, where anyone with an interest in magic could practice and research it as much as they want. In addition to this, Flamme was the primary teacher of Frieren, teaching her many basic skills that she would later use to defeat the Demon King. She gained these skills from Ciri, as she was one of her students. As for her spell capabilities, we actually don't know all that much, except that she was amazing with barrier spells, creating barriers that still cannot be destroyed to this very day. She was also the one that taught Frieren the spell to create a field of flowers and taught her how to suppress her mana. From here, we move into the few demon mages we encounter in Season 1, like Qual. Qual was once among the strongest demons in the Demon King's forces. He created the spell Zoltrak, which was able to blast through defensive magic and armor with no issue at the time that he was alive. He was so strong at that point that even the legendary party was not able to defeat him, instead being forced to seal him in order to deal with him further in the future. Zoltrak was such a powerful spell that it created a renaissance of defensive human magic, as a lot of funding and time was put into finding a solution. By the time the seal on Qual diminished, Zoltrak was known as nothing more than ordinary offensive magic, and was completely ineffective against human defensive magic. After Qual, we're introduced to a trio of demons, Lini, Lugner, and Drat. Let's start with Drat, because he has the least going on by far. He only has one spell that we know of, and it's wires that come out of his fingers. These wires are supposedly able to decapitate anyone and are among the strongest spells in Demonkind. But that's pretty much all we know about him, because he quickly gets killed by Frieren. Next is Lini, who seems to have a pretty unique magical ability. Her Fasten is a spell that allows her to imitate a person's fighting style via their movements and even some of their skills. The spell allows her to create the same weapons as the person she's copying as well, making her an extremely versatile fighter. The spell allowed her to hold her own against Stark for a while, but she ultimately lost because of the spell's one major flaw. Her Frassen doesn't give Lini the strength of the person she is copying, meaning she will probably always be weaker than whoever she is mimicking. And that brings us to the final demon of this squad, Lugner, who seems to specialize in some blood manipulation type magic. This magic works pretty well for Lugner, as it allows him to take advantage of any injuries he sustains, and he can cover a huge area with minimal effort. His signature spell Baltari is especially powerful, as it is a giant AoE attack that sends jets of blood all over the place. This ability can be used for both offensive and defensive purposes, making it pretty pretty versatile. And now we come to the final demon introduced in Season 1, Aura. Aura appears to be the strongest demon we were introduced to in the anime. As one of the 7 Sages of Destruction, she is one of the Demon King's strongest soldiers, mostly due to her main ability, the spell of obedience, Austerlise. This spell puts her and her opponent's souls on a scale, weighing their mana, with the mage with more mana gaining absolute control over the other person. This allowed Aura to gather a large army of people that could not compete with the mana of a 500-year-old demon. But the spell isn't perfect, as those with an unbreakable will are able to resist its magic. Aura got around this by beheading anyone under her control, which gave her the title of Aura the Guillotine, which is an ironically fitting title considering she decapitated herself after being outweighed by Frieren. This brings us to the arc that introduces the vast majority of mages in the series, the First Class Mage Exam arc. But before we get too deep into this arc, please consider subscribing. We're getting pretty close to 50,000 subscribers, and it would be really cool if we could hit that by the end of the month. If you're watching and you're not subscribed, I would greatly appreciate your contribution. Plus, what reason do you have not to? Anyway, to be completely honest, I don't remember the precise order that these mages were introduced, so we're just going to start with the ones that passed the exam and then move to the ones that failed. Let's begin with Ubel. Ubel is one of the most morally ambiguous mages introduced in the mage exam. She is a 3rd class mage who failed the 2nd class mage exam after killing one of the proctors. She did this with her specialized spell Real Zidane, which slashes through anything Ubel wants it to within a 5-meter radius. This slash can theoretically cut through anything it comes in contact with one condition. Ubel must be able to imagine herself cutting through whatever she is slashing. This means the spell is highly effective against things like hair, clothing, trees, and flesh, but is ineffective against things like defensive spells or rocks. But this isn't the only spell Ubel has, as she can also copy other mages' specialized spells after sympathizing with them. We saw this most prominently with Werbel's spell Sorganil, which we will be talking about later. Ubel successfully passes the 1st class mage exam after working closely with another mage for the majority of the tests. Who was this other mage? Well, it was Land, who also passed the exam. Land is a hard mage to read thanks to his reserved nature and monotone voice, so it's hard to see exactly where he stands from a moral point of view. He makes use of cloning magic that allows him to summon 2 clones at once. Using these clones, Land passed the exam without ever actually stepping foot inside it by making one of them appear to be his true body. This implies that the 2 clones have a different level of mana in them, as most of the mages partaking in the exam could identify one as a clone but believe the other one to be his true body. The only one that was able to tell that both were clones was Ciri, who passed him for having the balls to actually never show up to the exam. Next we have the Imperial Mage Denkin. Denkin is among the strongest and most experienced mages in the show. This is because he is an old man, but his age doesn't really hold him back. Sure, he's not the most physically fit, but he's still an extremely smart and cunning mage, easily formulating successful strategies during the first 2 phases of the exam. This made him one of the main antagonists of the arc, and he was also one of the few mages that actually tried to challenge Frieren. Unlike most mages, he doesn't seem to specialize in a specific type of magic or a specific spell. We've seen him create tornadoes, turn said tornadoes into flames, and fire off barrages of light arrows. Another character that doesn't specialize in a specific type of magic is Methode. Methode is the calm and collected type, but we don't really know much about her beyond that, at least from the anime. In the mage exam, we see her mainly use hypnosis and restraint magic, specifically when she tries to restrain Frieren. What's interesting about this interaction is Methode's surprise when the restraints don't work. She says it usually only happens when there is a large difference in mana, which implies that she cannot detect Frieren's magic suppression. In addition to restraint magic, she's also one of the only mages that can use goddess magic, allowing her to use rudimentary healing spells as well. And our final mage that passes the exam is Werbel. When first introduced, it appears Werbel is going to be another antagonistic mage, thanks to his intimidating demeanor and view of magic as a tool for killing. But that's not really how it goes down. Despite being constantly exposed to combat as the captain of the Northern Guard, Werbel is not someone who enjoys killing. He does it out of necessity for protecting humanity. As a result, he often has to make sure the person he is going to kill is worthy of being killed. This led him to master Sorganil, a spell that binds the target as long as the target's entire body is within Werbel's view. This binding prevents the target from moving or accessing their mana, effectively putting them 100% at Werbel's mercy. We see Werbel use this on Ubel, but he decides not to kill her. He later admits that killing her might have been better for the world, but he doesn't seem to regret his choice all that much. And that's all the mages that passed the exam. Oh, and Fern. So now let's talk about the ones that didn't. A pretty powerful one that failed to make it through was Richter, who got stopped by Sense's clone. Richter makes use of earth magic, which is fairly strong and has a large area of effect. Because of its strength, Richter has to actually make contact with the earth to manipulate it. He's a cold and calculating mage who knows when he's at his limits and knows his opponent's limits as well. Despite his aloof demeanor, he's not actually a bad guy and will help whoever he is collaborating with. On top of his earth magic, he also owns a magic shop shop in Auburst, which has some sort of enchanted table that is capable of repairing staves no matter how broken they are. Richter is only the first of many mages that failed the exam. There's also Lain and Kane. Lain and Kane are two of the mages that come into the exam with history, as the duo attended the same magic academy. Despite seeming not to get along, the duo actually works really well together and are decently strong individually as well. Lain makes use of ice magic, being able to freeze immediate areas around her and shoot ice spikes from her staff as well. Kane makes use of water magic, which allows her to control water that already exists. This is an extremely powerful ability, as the sheer mass of water can overwhelm very strong opponents, but there is a caveat. Kane has no way to summon water on her own. This means she's much weaker without water readily available, because in this case she can only rely on standard offensive magic. On top of their individual strengths, the duo's signature spells synergize extremely well, as Lain is able to freeze the water that Kane can control, and their history allows the duo to coordinate much more than the average mage. They even have their own training regiment focused on said synergy, which really shows their commitment to each other even through their surface level issues. As I already said, neither one of them passes the first class mage exam, with Lain failing during the second phase to sense his clone, and Kane failing during the third due to showing fear towards Ciri's magic and not being able to see herself passing. There's also Laufin, who seems to be close to Denkin, but we honestly don't know much about her. As far as we can tell, the only spell she knows is Jeweler, which allows her to move faster than the eye can detect for short distances. This ability allows her to appear as if she's on equal footing with mages that are quite a bit stronger than her, such as Methode, but in reality she's probably one of the least experienced and weakest mages in the exam, who high-key got carried by the mages around her. Next we have Edel. Edel is another mage we don't know a ton about. She apparently uses hypnosis magic, but we never really get to see it in use, so it's hard to say just how strong she is. As a person, Edel seems to be extremely level-headed, keeping her cool when face-to-face with Sense's clone. She's also knowledgeable on magic in general and understands how trade-offs are supposed to work in their wacky power system. Surprisingly, Edel did come into the exam with an advantage, as one of her grandfathers is a first-class mage already, meaning she had likely been exposed to magic a lot more than the average mage. This obviously did not help her all that much, as she still failed during the second phase. Another one who didn't pass was Iri, who was a part of Werbl's squad in the first phase of the exam along with Scarf. Iri is a pretty strong mage who makes use of rock-controlling magic. Interestingly, this does seem to be a different form of magic than Richter's, which is also based around manipulating Earth, as she doesn't have to make contact with the Earth to control it like he does. She was also able to use defensive magic, but it wasn't enough to prevent her from being overwhelmed by Fern's rapid-fire basic magic. Scarf, on the other hand, makes use of the spell Jubilate, which allows him to turn flower petals into steel and then manipulate said petals. This seems to be extremely effective at getting through defensive magic, as the numerous amount of petals is hard to defend against. Scarf also seems to possess the spell to produce a field of flowers, as he uses it before fighting in order to have a source of petals in the first place. These two were the last important characters that took part in the first class mage exam, but there are still a few more that were involved. Blay, Dunst, Taun, and Lange. These four didn't really do anything notable, nor do they have any skills worth note either, so we're just going to be moving into the final category instead, which is the practitioners of the first class mage exam. All of these people are already first class mages, but how much we know about them differs quite a bit. Falsh, for instance, is a first class mage we don't know much about. He is on the exam council and is seen a couple of times throughout the different phases, but he doesn't seem to do anything besides act as counsel to Ciri. Another one we don't know a ton about is Lernan, but we still know more about him than Falsh. Lernan is the oldest first class mage in the show, and he was actually the first mage to ever become a first class mage. He is known to be a battle mage who wishes he was born in a less peaceful era. Due to this nature, he is extremely adept at offensive magic, and also seems to be quite adept at detecting when someone is suppressing their mana. At his age, he has become determined to leave his mark on history, as to not become another one of Ciri's students who just fades away. He is also the grandfather of one of the exam takers. We're also introduced to Jeannot, who we also don't know a ton about, but he seems to have a cold demeanor and is also kind of cocky. In fact, he seems to be almost the exact opposite of the final first class mage we are introduced to, Sens. Sens is without a doubt the first class mage we get to know the best throughout the anime. She proctors the second phase of the exam and believes herself to be a pacifist. The main form of magic she uses is hair magic, which gives her complete control over her hair. We don't know exactly how this is done, but during the fight against her clone, Land mentions that her hair has a number of defensive spells imbued into its strands. This suggests other spells might also be imbued in the hair, and it is likely that this is how the hair is controlled rather than by one specific spell. This hair is fantastic for offensive purposes, as it is able to easily provide a large amount of high power attacks all at once, which is kinda sus considering Sense claims to be a pacifist. The hair is also pretty good for defense thanks to the aforementioned defensive spells, but but it is still weak to cutting magic such as Ubel's. Sens also appears to be quite analytical, as she was able to tell Ciri's barrier was about to break before Jeannot, and she also deduced that Frieren and Fern were the duo most likely to make it to the bottom of the dungeon. And that brings us to the final mage we were introduced to in the first season of Frieren, the elf mage Ciri. Ciri is heavily implied to be the strongest mage in Frieren. This is mainly due to her enormous pool of mana, which is as big as Frieren's unsuppressed pool when she is suppressing it. It's also implied that her mana suppression abilities are better than Frieren's, as Lernen was able to tell that Frieren was suppressing her magic but couldn't tell that Ciri was. This large pool of magic would make Ciri extremely strong as it is, but it wouldn't be much use if she didn't have many spells to use with it. Luckily, she does, as she is known as the Living Grimoire and apparently has every spell ever created in her collection. Any one of these spells is a part of the reward for passing the first class mage exam. This is because she is the progenitor of the Magic Association that created the distinguishment of first class mage. She's also the teacher of Flom, as we already mentioned. As a mage herself though, we don't know a ton about her, as she mainly exists behind the scenes. We know she can cast some level of barrier magic, but it seems like it's not quite as strong as Flom's. This is probably because Ciri believes magic should be used primarily for killing, and as such probably didn't put a ton of time into understanding or developing barrier spells in the way Flom did. To be honest, as someone that hasn't really read the manga, Ciri confuses me a bit as a character. She believes magic is for killing, but never tried to kill the Demon King and bring peace for humanity despite clearly siding with humans in the modern era. She criticizes Frieren for liking a spell that creates a field of flowers and yet uses it for her own enjoyment. I think this contradictory nature is an intentional part of her character, as she is supposed to be childish and children are rarely logical. But without more context, it is impossible to say for sure. Anyway, that's all the mages in Frieren. If you enjoyed this video, please be sure to subscribe and let me know your favorite mage in the comments down below. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you again next week for another video.
Yeah. Back to work.
What do you want? My hammer's ready. See you later.
Funny Dongo are a taste of heaven. Good luck.
Among these endless streams, naught is what it seems. A shallow forest stream.
Ready for anything. That's our target, huh? I can count on you. Better follow it. This just won't do. Don't mind me. Don't take this personal. Not begging for mercy. you. cake. Nothing personal. You won't be needing this. Don't mind me. Here comes the pain! I let myself go there a bit.
Ayan guys, may kiddie pool. Bagay si Aya dyan, tsaka ako. Kiddie pool. Ayan. Guys, may kiddie pool. Tsaka ako. Kiddie pool.
Sweet, a chair. Playtime's over. Oh, hello. Here's the quest list. Be careful out there.
A lifeless stretch of land, nothing but dust and sand. Barren and forlorn, lifeless and storm-torn. In the shadows, monsters desolate wasteland. Perfect for light-hearted hunts.
Let's go. Let's go. Yoink.
Let's get this show on the road! Here it comes! Let's go! That's our target. Oh my! Stop begging for mercy! Run!
the heck?
Let's go! This just won't do! Who's up for walkies? No problem. Let's go! I'm going after it! Oh my! You're done for! Get to follow it! Yeah! Stop begging for mercy! piece of cake. Don't mind me. You won't be needing this. Don't mind me. Let's go! That's all there is to it.
So. Oh!
What do you need? No need to hurry. There's plenty of time. No problem. My hammer's ready. What do you need? Some hunters literally take hours. I'm used to waiting. My hammer's ready. What do you need? No need to hurry. There's plenty of time. Right, let's get cracking. Yeah. My hammer's ready. Now get hunting.
How about this weather,
luck. Hey! Have a seat! Sweet, a chair. Back to work. Let's go!
Ready to thrash? Right. Let's do this!
Now things are getting interesting!
Yo, my favorite pupil. Good to see you. Put down some artillery!
All set!
Great! Listen up! Let's move on. Put down some artillery!
Don't let me down.
Perfect! Listen up! Let's move on. Put down some artillery!
Counting on you.
Excellent! Listen up! Great! Let's move on. Come here! Let's do this! Give it a spin! Look at this! Listen up! Show me your moves! Listen up! You can do it! Give it a try. Listen up! You can do it! Give it a try. Listen up! Hold on tight! Great! Good job! They're coming! Give it a try. You can do it!
All set! Counting on you.
Look at that!
The road.
Careful!
Don't let me down.
Things are gonna get it.
Counting on you. All set. Counting on you. All set. Counting on you.
Another job well done. Great find. Stay on your toes. Excellent. Look at that. Defend the gate! Well done. Oh. Sweet. Listen up! Listen up! They're coming! Let's go! Come here, move! Good job! You repelled him! Listen up! Assume defensive positions! Come here! been waiting for you.
Oh, let's do this!
Oh! Hey, hero! Ready to thrash?
Don't let me down.
They're coming!
They'll have a taste of my longsword! Ah!
Hey, don't worry about it. You can do it! Assume defensive positions!
All set. Don't worry. I'm here for you. Don't let me down.
Defend the gate!
All set. Don't let me down.
Listen up!
Best pal.
That's it! Show me your move! Look at this!
All set.
So this is the boss, huh? They're coming! Listen up! Defend the gate!
Attack!
Attention, please! You can place some artillery again! That's my ace! Excellent! Good job!
Don't mind me. Nothing personal.
Oh, it's you. Bye.
Bunny Dongo are a taste of heaven. We have to protect the village. Which quest would you like? Be careful out there.
Good to see you, Hunter. Come to me if you need new gear. Okay. What do you need. See you later.
Sweet, a chair. Back to the...
Floating in water.
Ready for anything. Run! Found it. nothing personal. You won't be needing this. Let's go!
Have a look around. Some hunters literally take hours. My hammer's ready. Haste makes waste. Take all the time you need. Right, let's get cracking. Take good care of your gear.
Yeah!
Hello. Leave all your buddy needs to me. Drop by anytime.
Have a look around. Until we meet again.
How about this weather,
Don't forget to eat. Hey! Yeah. work.
A moment of peace.
Ready for anything. Let's go! Yoink. That's our target, huh? nothing personal. Don't mind me. You won't be needing this. That's all there is to it.
Hey! Ah.
What is it? Hey. Yeah, come to me if you need new gear. Have a look around. Some hunters literally take hours. What do you need? Haste makes waste. Take all the time you need. See you later.
How are you today? I have a special quest for you. Do you want to take on the Calamity? Take care of yourself. Make sure to check the special quest as well. Come again.